Ah, no. This is Mario. Beloved, let us start at the beginning. So allow me to reach deep in the soul case to offer my sincere gratitude for another Tuesday afternoon of information and enlightenment, naturally and deliciously flavored by Armstrong ice cream. Beloved, 3:30 is how we say it. In Denmark, they say 3:30. And in Puerto Rico, same way, 3:30. 3:30. But right here in good old Santa Cula, we'll say 3:30. That is when the lady I was referred to as the general, beautiful Aisha, will take center stage, prepared to award a full quart of your favorite flavor of Absa ice cream for you provided the correct answer to the crucial history question for today. So we will see you at 3:30 for that. Then I must remember to remind you that tomorrow, 5:30 tomorrow, 5:30 in the medical building at UVA. It's the first new building on the left hand side when you're going in. We call it the medical something, I forget. But you know where it is. That is where Kathleen Dowling will be having her book signing and PowerPoint presentation because her latest Blood in Bazen, yes, beloved, Blood in Bazen is her latest book. And let me tell you, I have read it now, well, twice. Well, actually said 3 times because I read the manuscript too. And I am most impressed. And beloved, it just again upsets me. You might say it pisses me off, but that is not proper to say on the radio. But all that she has done, Kathleen Dowling, with her own resources to pay to get all of this Danish stuff translated, beloved, it's uh, unbelievable that our government will not even recognize her. When her works, there's 3 books now, beloved, they should be done at the University of Virgin Islands. Yes, indeed, it should. But again, I don't know. Good. I don't know why, other than that, we are stuck in this inferiority complex that government and all our government can do is represent us as the inferior. Yes, that's right. We are the inferior second class citizens of the unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands of the United States. What I think. Hmm. Let me see. Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello? Yes, hello?
Welcome.
Yes, Mr. Honorary Dr. Moorhead.
He's not available, but Mario is here.
I was glued to my radio last Tuesday. What a woman. Mario, that was one of the best interviews. She is so humble. She is so humble.
Well, we deserve, you know, to benefit from all the work that she's put in. So whether they want to give her the credit or not, you know, she has done some, I mean, incredible work with it. 3 books. And this last one, Blood and Basin, I mean, you know, she gives you the lineage of Buddha even. I mean, I'm just so impressed, and so proud of Kathleen Dowling. So tomorrow at 5:30.
Yeah. What I'm impressed, I mean, there's so many things I can point out that I'm impressed with, but, I remember she was saying that, so she wanted to get the original language, and then, she did some Googling, and this person corrected her about the Googling. And even you were saying you did not know that, and you know that. I look to you to be a very intelligent person, but when you said that, that was real humbling to see the work and research that she had put into her books.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, but I just wanted to give her kudos and big her up.
All right. Well, she deserves it, and I second the motion. And I hope and pray, even if it's long after we're gone, that the government will see fit to take advantage of the research that she's done, and allow the students of the Virgin Islands, particularly at the level of the university, to benefit from all the work that she's put in. And this is stuff that should be studied, because basically it is the Danish point of view of our emancipation.
Yeah. And one of the other things I wanted to mention too, just came back to my mind, is how important it was, and this is just based on her information that, like I said, I was glued to the radio. One of the things she said was how critical it was for churches and the baptism that recorded those information. I was very impressed with that bit of information.
Yes. She's got it all documented.
Yeah. Kudos to her. Kudos to her, and kudos to you for allowing such information when it's being hidden, when you can just bring it to the forefront. I want to just say thank you so much once again.
I am just proud to be associated with her in any fashion, because I just can't find enough language, to apply to her I mean, the debt that we owe her as a people for what she has contributed. I mean, Lord, I really judgment. But tomorrow evening at 5:30 on the UVI.
All righty. Thank you so much, and continue doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you much. Beloved, let me know. I send you on behalf of my one and only sister, Mary Moorhead, better known to most of us as Peggy Moorhead. Beloved, she has submitted a petition for a writ of mandamus to the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands for, well, let me just say that the Congress of the United States expressly commanded in their language that the delegate to the United States House of Representatives shall be elected at large by separate ballot. By separate ballot. Well, beloved, my one and only sister is asking the Superior Court by writ of this writ of mandamus if we are going to allow our board of election system of the Virgin Islands to, well, defy and disregard our colonizers, the Congress of the United States of America. And let me read the language. It reads as follows. This action presents a narrow question of law. May the Virgin Islands Board of Elections disregard an express command of Congress that the Virgin Islands delegate to the United States House of Representatives shall be elected at large by separate ballot and instead place that federal contest on the same ballot as territorial and local offices? Well, the answer is no. Congress has prescribed the manner in which the Virgin Islands delegate is to be elected, and that controlling federal statute provides unequivocally that the delegate from the Virgin Islands shall be elected at large by separate ballot and by a majority of the votes cast for the office of delegate. That is 48 USC Section 7, Section 1712A. And so, yes, beloved, my one and only sister, Mary Moorhead, has filed her writ of mandamus to the Superior Court to have the, well, the delegate to Congress election be as prescribed by the federal government. Separate ballot, not part of the territorial ballot. So, with that, I think, beloved, I have covered all my housekeeping. Yes, there's a writ of mandamus there. Then there's the Of course, the autograph session and the PowerPoint presentation by Kathleen Dowling tomorrow at UVA at 5:30. And then, well, as we know, at 3:30 every Tuesday afternoon, we have our Crucian history question that is brought to us by beautiful Aisha. So, with that, beloved, I covered it all. Although I guess I could say, well, later on, I think it's at 2. Yes, it's 2. For the 2 o'clock hour.
Yeah, you'll definitely confirm.
At 2 o'clock, we will be having the physicist. I like to call him Dr. Henry. Michael Henry will be in the talk to us about WAPA and how, well, he articulates it so clearly that even an unscientific observer like myself can follow the logic of his presentation. And so we're expecting him this afternoon. We'll be looking forward to that. But in the meantime and in between time, beloved, I would like to speak a little bit about how disappointed I continue to be with actually our government and why I label them as good for nothing misleaders. Because, beloved, I mean, for an island of 84 square miles, beloved, a population of less than 50,000 people. It is difficult, extremely difficult to even attempt to comprehend why the leaders of the government of this community are so reluctant, I mean, dismissive of the rich history that our ancestors have left us. And that's one of the reasons, one of the big reasons why I'm actually hurted that Kathleen Dowling could put in such an effort. And I mean, beloved, she's not a wealthy person. And yet she managed to marshal her resources so that she could get all this information translated from the Danish to the English to provide us now with 3 invaluable books about the emancipation of July 3rd, 1848. I mean, beloved, I'm at a loss to try to find logic to the position of our government, our Department of Education, and then, of course, the University of the Virgin Islands, who just, I mean, stubbornly refuse to acknowledge the rich history our ancestors have left us. And I mean, beloved, it's a little over 100 years now since there's been any acknowledgement of what I consider to be inside out cultivation, meaning the growth and development of we, the people, the direct descendants of enslaved Africans who, up until the 1920s, beloved, we were standard bearer in the Caribbean region. Whenever you spoke of resistance and determination, persistence in regaining our humanity, beloved, it states our history. And as the St. Croix Labor Union was destroyed by mainly internal forces that, by the 1920s, beloved, what was the St. Croix Labor Union, the very first legal labor union in the entire Caribbean region. Yes, right here from St. Croix. And by the 1920s, 5 years, it started out in 1915, November 1st, 1915, as the St. Croix Labor Union. And within 5 years, beloved, 5 successful years of resistance and determination, next thing you know, we had a charter from the American Federation of Labor, led by Morris Davis, challenging the St. Croix Labor Union, yes. And then the labor union put together by Mr. Ralphie Shepard, the St. Croix Cooperative Society. And beloved, just like that, in the blink of an eye, it was one powerful movement, the St. Croix Labor Union, was torn asunder as two brand new unions took it upon themselves to take on the success of the St. Croix Labor Union. Beloved, for this past 100 years, what could we point to as examples of inside-out cultivation? What could we refer to as follow-up to the developments after July 3rd, 1848 to October 1st, 1878 to November 1st, 1915. Then what? Well, I would say, how about the first Tuesday in November of 1970, when we were authorized to elect our own government? Beloved, it has now been 50, was it 30, 26, 51 years. And what could we point to as inside-out cultivation, as examples of what we have done to elevate ourselves since 1970, when we've been electing our own government? Beloved, it's incomprehensible that we are on the verge of electing our 10th governor in the Virgin Islands of the United States. And we have no examples whatsoever we could point to how we have advanced our cause, our people who were the direct descendants of enslaved Africans. Beloved, the overwhelming majority of this population, that's who we are. Somebody, somewhere along the line, did not inform our good for not mislead us that yes, indeed, it is who we are, and that is why we need to continue resisting and persisting that we must regain the humanities that were deprived of deprived of the older system called chattel enslavement. We're at the top of the hour, beloved. So lick your cream. Consumption ice cream is just so good for your soul. beloved. And yes, I continue to be distraught because I don't want to use the more common phrase that, the PO'd. Don't like to use that kind of language on the airways, but beloved, I'm just incensed that we are preparing to elect our 10th governor. And I mean, we don't do anything for inside out cultivation. I mean, we are the descendants of enslaved Africans. Our humanity was taken from us. We were made into property. And now that we have the opportunity for self-government, I mean, show me the evidence. What are we doing to help ourselves? What are we doing? Tourism? Come on, huh? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mario.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, thank you. 5 months ago, when I was in the BVI, I talked with Frank Wick and spoke with 3 business people that I know very well. I am sitting at lunch today in the same video and to get the news that all 3 of them are now dead.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Mario, I don't know what is happening to us. The one friend that he owns so many businesses, very successful. Why would he choose to put a rope around his neck and hang himself? I don't know. I don't even know if he knows.
Wait a minute. This is one of the 3. All of them took their lives?
No. Well, according to one of the 3,
Yes.
and himself. The other 2 was shot dead in the businesses.
Oh, man. Oh, my God.
I can't understand. I mean, it bothers me.
Oh,
And as if an angel came by and whispered my ear. The word was the teacher to hate myself.
but this is just this is what I've been. I mean, I can't even get the words out. But this is what I am lamenting here, that we're about to elect our 10th governor, and we cannot come up with any kind of program, any kind of teaching, to give us our humanity that was taken from us in this odious system of chattel enslavement.
Mario, and the BVI is even worse than the USVI.
Oh, Lord.
11:30 on Sunday night, I'm sitting in a bar restaurant when the door was bust open and Royal Police officers entered with AK-47 type rifles.
In the church?
No. So having dinner. Having dinner. They bust into the restaurant.
Oh, my.
And everybody looked at one another. So I said, why is this? What's happening?
Yeah.
They said that I was told that the Royal Police, who seemingly are not controlled by the local government there, part of the Queen established under the ground. And the orders they have that at midnight, or coming close to midnight, they're supposed to shut down local business.
What?
Mario, not the white one, not the white businesses, not the big one, but black-owned businesses. I mean, this is madness.
I mean, you need a stronger word than that, man. I mean,
Mario, I was told to shut my mouth, lest they put me on ice.
oh my God.
I don't know. I truly don't understand this. This is madness. I talked with some of the local ministers, as they call them, you know, the senators and legislators,
Yeah.
two of which are my first cousins. And all of them is looking at me as if I'm crazy.
Oh.
You come up there with them. You come up there with them. So look at them with them. They go, they get party, they on the side. Me?
Oh my God.
What is this? Oh boy, my grandmother, grandfather, and mother, father, calling over in the grave.
Oh my God.
Jesus. Mario, this place has gone.
But I mean, so I don't get it. I mean, we you know, are supposed to be accepting of our inferior status.
Mario, you hear what Job said? And each of to hate ourselves. And the black fellows carry from Barbados and Antigua.
Oh,
They're not the white fellows them gone, but of course they come like white.
yeah.
And he represents the crowd.
Oh.
I don't know.
Well,
So I got
well,
tomorrow, the trade general tomorrow.
well, you continue to speak out, man. Continue to speak out. If that's
Well,
it,
Mario, I
that's
don't
the
know.
only weapon you have. The only weapon is your voice. Use it. Because
Yeah, but you know, Mario, what bites me is that white folks that I know and others, Chinese and them, which is very much infiltrated there now, they got a lot of small businesses and that.
yeah.
Okay? They are telling me that they don't understand it either. It's wrong. Black folks telling me they don't see nothing wrong with it.
Oh. Oh. Well,
You know what I'm saying?
I hear what you say, and I hope you hear what I said. If your voice is the only weapon, you know, don't discard it, man. Use your voice.
Well, I will continue to use it because the PVI is where both my parents died and left hundreds of acres of property. And I'm only better than.
Yes.
And as we done, I don't have my children and grandchildren and great grands. They better be ready to take over because if they take me out, then I will take over.
Do what you must, man. Do what you must. You know, we talk some more. We gotta call a whole in, but we talk some more and be proud to be you, man. Be proud.
Yes, okay.
All right. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. You said something that prompted me to call, talking about, you know, the Vietnam VI history and, you know, that it would help youngers and just be proud of them. Who they are.
Okay. Well, what is it? What? Well, a little more than half an hour now. We'll be hearing from you, and can't wait, because this kind of news, like this car that I'm just leaving here, I mean, it's like, what's wrong with us, man? I mean, this is the Caribbean. We're all descendants of, enslaved Africans, and I mean, this is the 21st century. And here we are in this unincorporated territory, preparing to elect our 10th government. And again, we are pretending that we not living in an inferior uh, status. I mean, are we happy? Are we happy to be an unincorporated territory? Is that it? This is a final destination.
I think that is behind a lot of our problems. Our young people do not grow up valuing other Virgin Islanders because they don't think that other Virgin Islanders have done anything. And when you look at the history that they learn in school, that's what most of them are going to come away with. They focus on, Christopher Columbus discovering here. They focus on, basically our mistreatment, and they don't really talk about much about the people who have done stuff. There's a little, so they'll talk about what's his name, D. Hamilton Jackson.
Right.
And
That's 100 years ago.
Right.
And what has happened since then? That's
right.
That's one of the lines that I was trying to hurl at our elected leaders. I mean, that's the last time that we have leadership, that pointed to our growth and development as a people.
Right. And this is what other places, other states and stuff, they use their history courses as basically a pep rally for their children. That their children, when they go through them, they come out feeling good about themselves. And that's one of the reasons why, like, for example, the Florida, they don't want to include slavery and all those other things because they know their children are not going to feel that good about themselves. And that's why they fight so hard against it.
Yeah.
That they know what they're trying to do with their history course is to make their children feel good. That is the top priority of their history courses. While you look in the Virgin Islands, and it doesn't even seem to be a consideration.
I mean, that is so sad, man. So tragically sad.
So we shouldn't be surprised that our children grow up killing each other, and that we have the highest murder rate.
Yes, and the fact is, I mean, it's like the genocide coin, to both sides of the same coin, because the one side that speaks to the highest per capita murder rate, and the other side of it is like, this is the only place in the Caribbean where we had a legal labor union developed by our own people and legalized by our colonizers.
And then years after that, this is where Roosevelt tested his
Homestead program.
Right. And the New Deal to bring the U.S. out of the Depression.
Yes.
And it worked. It was a success.
Absolutely.
And
the Civilian Conservation Corps was right here in St. Croix.
And you don't get that in our history class.
No.
The VI history my children went through. I went through it. Then my children went through it, and I didn't find out about it until I think that some guy from thing did a 6-piece thing, and then I asked you about it, and then you filled in a lot of the details, and I was like, wow, I never knew that took place here. There's so much that has happened. There's so many things that you talk about that I was like, I didn't know that. And I grew up here, took VI history twice, in 2 different schools.
That's it, but we're not exposing our children to this information. They're not being exposed to it. Not even at UVI.
So it's not surprising they're killing each other in the street.
Thank you.
They don't know the value of each other.
Thank you. Okay.
You know, and as I said, this is what other states do. They use their history courses in the high schools and junior high, and
Right.
so as a step ladder, they don't. You get serious history when you go to college. Maybe not even in your first history class you take. It's maybe if you take additional history classes, then they start looking into the truth, and they might go into slavery and
Right.
all the other issues. But before that, it's a pep rally.
Yeah.
It's to make you feel victim to
Well,
feel good about yourself.
don't give it all up yet. You know, we got time for you, man. I got another call on holding, but
Yeah, that's
can't
good,
wait
that's good.
can't wait to have you in. So, you know,
Right.
drive safe and get in one piece. We need you.
Of course, of course.
Good thing.
Right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mario.
Mr. Williams, good afternoon to you. Welcome, welcome.
Hey, Mario, today I feel so good.
Thank you.
You know,
Yeah, I like to hear
I
that.
want to, it's election time, right?
Yes,
You know, I would hear them senators talking about the youth.
yeah,
Mario, I went to Mr. McIntosh Sports Award banquet he had there on Saturday.
yes, yes,
I had such a big smile on my face. Mario.
yes, yes.
He had a young individual there. I think they say he's about 10 to 12 years old.
Yeah.
And Mario, guess what instrument that he's so interested in, Mario?
Help us, help us.
The flute, Mario.
Well, look at that, look at that. Look at that.
Mario.
That was so popular with us. We used to go to play flute, make flute out of a pipe stem and thing.
Mario, they're supposed to have articles right about this young. I was talking about they love the young youth, the youth of the future. Mario, he put tears in my eyes and even Stanley eyes.
Yes.
Mario, his wish was to meet Stanley.
How
And you
about
know what Stanley wish was? To have a young person come up that can blow the flute.
how about that? How about that?
And he practiced with us, Mario. If you are hearing, it'll bring tears to your eyes.
Oh
And, you know,
man, you wetted my eyes just with your words.
Mario, you know, be proud because that's what you're be talking about.
Yes.
I don't. You hear what I said? 10 to 12. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
If people see me, they want to know why Mr. Williams smiling like this. I reflect back. I
Yeah.
said, but wait, I gonna give them until Tuesday to see if they're gonna put anything up. That Mr. Ward, Mario.
That is so sad, man. So sad. So sad.
And Mario, the greatest thing that night, Mario, he didn't have a flute.
Yeah.
And McIntosh and whoever get together and present a flute to the young fellow.
Oh man, no, yes, I love that. Yes.
So me, I don't like to talk negative, you know, I like to talk positive. And this is something people need to know.
Yes.
So say something, God forbid something happens to us. At least they have a young youth there.
How
who
about that?
follow and he loved the music.
Yes.
So you know, he's 10 to 12 years. I said, I wish Mario could have heard it.
Man, oh my God.
It's you, I think about them. Mario disappointed Mario, but he said, cry too.
Yes, man. That is what you call the inside out cultivation. Them, man.
That's
Okay.
it.
That's
That is what you're talking about.
Yes, man. Oh my God.
Just like your introduction there. The labor union is the same thing.
Yes.
Inside out.
Yes, man. I mean, this.
Anywhere, Mario, they had a big article in the newspaper wondering, where's the senators? They like youth, they like youth.
It's a shame, man. It's a shame.
So I said,
And that's what I say, Mr. Williams. We're getting ready to elect our 10th government, number 10. And what we have to show for it, you know, like you are clearly painting the picture here. You know, a young man between 10 and 12, you know, wanting to embrace who he is. And I mean, he didn't even have a flute. Didn't even have a flute. Just the desire inside of him. Lord, Harry, the judge, don't know what we do it ourselves, though. Thank God. Thank God. Yeah.
Not just any music.
What's that thing?
It's a choir there, Mario.
Yes.
He said, well. Mario, I got switch the topic quickly.
Go ahead.
Mario,
Go ahead.
another thing is, I had to tell you to listen, audience. Me, Mario, you know Mr. Williams, I voucher.
Yes.
I sent for application for the senior center. I'm not just came back to me and said they're not giving application because they don't have enough staff to assist a vision impaired. I said, wait. They're talking to Mr. Williams at plenty. I said, they like the fire under me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Where is the Senate to put in the budget that they could get to hire people? Mario, I can't stay at home and play dead, Mario. I need an outlet.
Well, again, we will make a resolve spot for you right there, so. Because going down the road, I can't tell you which ones, how many of them, but I'm sure we're going to have some candidates pass through here between now and November.
That's why we're waiting for, because one was on the other station yesterday, and Mario, I called in, I asked the same question. And the man said, give me, Mario, you can't me, but I said, wait a minute. He can't me that picture. So he said, continue, Mr. Williams. You got to put pressure on them because there's no way you're going to tell me it's only me alone that is HNP want to go to the seniors. Because they had them there before, Mario.
That's right.
So the short staff, that is not my problem. I understand the short staff. But hire people because, Mario, the population is getting older. Isn't that a fact?
That is a fact. And, you know, and a clear vision is part of this community here. You know, sugar, you know, is part of our health problem here. Don't tell me we don't know this. How you could neglect it?
I might be dead then. We dead.
Thank you.
We afford. I tell the gentleman, listen, we are very important voters now.
All right.
Get people, hire people, so people like myself, and I don't have I don't have a we out there.
Yes, sir.
I need an outlet to go.
Yes.
That's my little piece for today, Mario, but I have to put a smile on your face.
Yes, indeed.
Young fellow. So I hope Mr. McIntosh Carl and enlighten the people them about this young fellow, because he will put a smile on so many people that have youth. At least he is going somewhere, Mario. And I want to say, on behalf of all the disabled seniors,
yes,
thank you very much. Keep it up, young fellow. We
Choco.
are very proud of you.
Choco, this your venue, do this, Choco. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
That's the man.
Yes.
That's my label for today, Mario.
That's a whole heap, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, man.
All right. Good afternoon.
Yes, Mario.
I am right here welcoming you.
Yes, if I could just come back quickly.
Yes, man, sure.
Yeah, I heard the Trenchard call and he's coming on and then later with the Whopper.
Yes, yes.
Okay, just want to throw this out to him and maybe he could explain why in the BVI with whatever unit the power is on, but not in the USVI. I have been in the BVI for 2 weeks at a time within the past month, and I've never seen the power off, never go off.
Good point. Good point.
So I don't know. I mean, you know, the governor and I tried to tell me when I declared all I do is criticize them. And they say, well, the people I got what did I go into? And I don't contract work for them. But I'm telling you, Mr. Knight and Mr. Bryant, the power stays on. So you guys have to find out why it is always off more than on. They have done that. That's me. Stop dealing.
Thank you. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
That's right.
All right.
Right.
Beloved, it is really a difficult concept to accept. But we have to own it. We have to embrace it, because until we do, and deal head on with all the consequences of the inferiority that comes with it, beloved, we are not going to be making any progress. And the mere fact that we can point to any inside-out cultivation, any recognition of our history as descendants of chattel enslaved Africans, beloved, until we recognize it and put it to rest, we are allowing it to control not only our destiny, but the future of all our progeny. Beloved, when I speak about Absalom ice cream, and you heard me talk about our lawmakers, our senators, just outright refusing to acknowledge the success of a local enterprise for over a century, more than 100 years, beloved. And what do they get? A resolution from the 36th legislature of the Virgin Islands, congratulated the family and the generations that have brought Absalom ice cream to what it is today. Beloved, do you have any idea why we praise pirates? We actually enjoy being associated with piracy and buccaneers, robbery and high seas. That's what it is. And beloved, unless you are a reader, you are likely to think that pirates are heroic figures who sail the high seas, depriving the wealthy of their, well, what is in the movies, or I don't know if you see it in the internet now, how they do it, I don't know, but beloved, the image that I always get is of pirates robbing ships on the high seas of the precious metals and jewelry and gold and silver and all of these things like this. But beloved, I read enough that says that is not a true image of pirates. Beloved, Hollywood would have us to believe that every other ship on the high seas was carrying, well, carrying gold, silver, and all kind of jewels. This is what you see as the images of Hollywood. And like I said, I read enough to tell you that, beloved, the riches that were in the high seas were your and my ancestors. Pirates were actually robbing ships, transporting our enslaved Africans. Beloved, it is for us to understand that pirates were actually the bad guys, the criminals, the evil element on the high seas. Nothing at all like what Hollywood would have you to believe. Beloved, the riches that traveled the high seas in the 60s, 70s, and 18th century. These were ships transported our enslaved Africans transported from the continent of Africa to the Caribbean. And the likes of what they call here Captain Morgan that we celebrate. Beloved, their glory, their mark on history was performing robbery on the high seas. And what was that robbery? Interdicting ships that were overloaded with our enslaved ancestors that were destined for a life of chattel enslavement in the Caribbean islands. And the like of Captain Morgan, he was a captain amongst the pirates. And like I said, don't believe the image you get from Hollywood. It's nonsense. Where do you think all this gold and silver and all this jewelry, where did they come from? That so many ships were just crossing the seas here, crossing the Caribbean waters with all of this wealth. Beloved, the wealth were our enslaved ancestors. They would actually interdict ships carrying our enslaved ancestors from the continent of Africa to the islands of the Caribbean. And beloved, our enslaved ancestors, that was the gold and silver and all the jewels that you see in Hollywood today. Beloved, our ancestors yes, our ancestors was the richness, the wealth that caused for pirates the like of Captain Morgan to become famous. By awaiting those ships that came off the west coast of Africa, overloaded with our enslaved ancestors. And these pirates would be laying in wait for them. And beloved, when they caught hold of one of these ships, because they were so overloaded with our enslaved Africans, they were slow on the seas. And the pirates, well, it was rather easy picking for them to overtake the slow moving ships that were loaded with our ancestors. And beloved, the pirates were so wicked, the like of Captain Morgan, that when they got hold of the ships with our enslaved ancestors, beloved, they would take all them and those that they deemed to be healthy and leave the sick and dying on the ship as they moved on to another one. Beloved, I say this because many of us, not all, but many of us know that to get the Captain Morgan Distillery here located at St. Croix, we gave away just about anything that the Diageo company wanted. They got tax incentives, they got free land. Beloved, ask yourself, why is it so prohibitively dangerous for our lawmakers, our senators, because that's the way they make it seem. That is a threat to their livelihood as a senator to be able to sit down with Armstrong ice cream and find out, well, tell me, what would it take to get Armstrong ice cream packaged? Now, mind you, compare that, packaging Armstrong ice cream to distilling rum in the name of a pirate named Captain Morgan. Pirate that literally stole our ancestors from one ship to sell for a higher price. Beloved, why is it something so threatening to a senator in St. Croix to just sit down with Armstrong ice cream to find out, well, what would it take? Because, beloved, You and I know that Armstrong ice cream is so well. All I can say it is that it is so well liked that it has endured more than 100 years right here on St. Croix. And you and I know that if Armstrong ice cream was to be packaged like ice cream that you find in the freezers all over St. Croix, you and I know that Armstrong ice cream will be the #1 ice cream overnight. We know this. So the question is, does the senators know this? Sure, they know it. They know how popular Armstrong ice cream is. Matter of fact, since the campaign has started, beloved, you notice how many posters, huge posters are there. You could almost not say Armstrong ice cream. They got so many posters. Vote for me, vote for me, vote for this. But not one of them would sit down with Armstrong ice cream and say, hey, what would it take to get your ice cream package so that it could be available everywhere ice cream is sold on St. Croix? Because, beloved, you and I know if Armstrong ice cream was to be packaged and available in all the supermarkets, all the gas stations, all the different places they got ice cream selling in the freezers. Beloved, you and I know that Armstrong ice cream would become the #1 seller. We know this. So you tell me, why is it that not one senator, not a one of them, would sit down with Armstrong ice cream and say, listen, man, what will it take to get your ice cream package? Talk to me. Because I want to see if the government can help you to get your ice cream package and therefore much more available, because ice cream is popular. Good afternoon. You tell me, beloved, why is it that our representatives, the same people, say that they want to solve you, they want to solve me, they want to solve all of us. That's why they want to be a senator. But for whatever the reason,
Please hold.
they don't want to. You tell me, beloved, you tell me. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. You all right?
I'm trying to be all right, but I can't be all right because I'm talking about why they so dislike helping our local businesses. like Abshan ice cream.
And then I am doing a good thing because when it hot and dry now, so the ice cream coming in good.
Thank you for that.
But we need ice cream in St. John too.
Well, again, once we get it packaged, the ice cream could reach to the States even. When we started already at St. Croix, all we asking them is sit down with the people and find out what it takes to get
And
Abshan ice cream packaged. That's all.
They said, well, Marcus Garvey board and he was promoting factories and things.
Thank you.
And we in St. Croix doing it in Jamaica, you know. But we
Yeah.
still need to do more.
That's all we asking.
And Jamaica doing more too. A lot of things in Jamaica got drinks and different things, you know.
Well, this is how we trying to do my inside out cultivation, helping ourselves.
I feel so bad that you're starving your own people, you know.
Well, that's what's going on here, my son. And we trying.
Starting in and a crime again, they get to work, man, to keep them busy, you know.
You seen it, they seen it, but somehow they're pretending that they can't do nothing about it. But yet they want our vote.
And look what he's saying, right? Okay, I just said that. Your people are working on these supposed to go to a registration and get ideas from the local people there.
Right.
I said, well, let me tell my leader that you have people that are there who can see work with it. And for years, they don't know how to start with the local people there.
You tell me, my son, you tell me. But that at the top of the hour, I got to wait.
Love alone, Mario.
Stay strong.
Yeah, man.
Thanks for the call, eh? Good thing. Yes, beloved. You don't see how it is, and all we're asking for is a little inside out cultivation to help ourselves to grow and develop from the inside out. Lick your cream, beloved, because Amsterdam ice cream is just so good for your soul. We're back, beloved. And as promised, we try to keep our promises here. We have you and mine, the physicist. I like to call him Dr. Henry because I don't get that grin. But I said Dr. Henry. It's Michael Henry, beloved, and we are going to be talking primarily about WAPA, but we're, again, as Virgin Islanders, as descendants of enslaved Africans, we've got to talk about our condition as a people, and so it will be exclusively, WAPA, but WAPA is definitely at the core of many of our problems here as an unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands of the United States. So good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Yeah, I tried to stay on topic with WAPA since that's why you invited me in. But yes. If you go off topic, then I don't mind following you. But if I got a caller told me that he was going to call and ask me about something else, and I told him, well, out of respect for Mario, he invited me to talk about WAPA, so I try to stick to that. But again, out of respect for you, if you decide to go into something else, I have no problem with it.
Not a problem. As long as we're not going to abandon ourselves,
exactly.
As people who were deprived of our humanity.
Right. And talking about that, I did not realize, and I don't think a lot of people also realize, how big of a deal slavery and agriculture was to the U.S. and the other things until I went to the American Museum for the second time in D.C. The first time I was only able to get to it's really big. So the first time I was able to get to the ones on top. Yeah. But then the second time I went to the basement where they have all the stuff about slavery. Yeah. And in it, they showed that basically slavery was the economy of the U.S. back then. They didn't have computers, they didn't have cars to sell.
And it caused industrialization of what they call the Northeast. I think they call it New England.
Right. It's right. It was. I didn't realize how big of a deal it was, and it was really the only. Agriculture was the only thing. That's what they sold to other countries to get money. Yep. And I knew what drove agriculture was slavery, but I just wasn't thinking that how big of a deal agriculture was back then. The Industrial Revolution hadn't taken place yet, so they weren't selling equipment, they weren't selling cars, and then of course, long time later, computers. Right now, technology is what's driving it, but back then, it was agriculture. And so it was a big deal, and slavery built America.
Absolutely,
and so Mr. Nibs had called when I was on my way in. I heard him on the radio. He asked about. He said that the BVI uses Wärtsilä generators.
Yes,
and they're not having the trouble that we are having.
They do not have we call it blackout.
Right, and there's a very valid reason for that. Wärtsilä is a long-time Finnish power company, talking about selling other things, Industrial Revolution.
Yeah.
Finland sells generators worldwide, both for power plants and for marine, for boats. Okay. They sell these Wärtsilä units. And they're very reliable. You go on the internet and you don't find the complaints that we're finding.
Yeah.
The difference is, what they normally do is they have like different types of generators, but they have a dual fuel generator that works on diesel and natural gas. Okay. They've been doing this forever. So you have generators just with diesel, you have generators just with natural gas, and then you have the dual ones with diesel and natural gas. You don't find problems. You go on the internet, you're not hearing people complaining much about it. There's small things and they find resolutions. The difference is what we asked Wärtsilä to do was dual fuel, diesel and propane. They have never done this before. We were their first. The ones we have are the first and only generators like that. And that's where the problem comes in. There was a guy who went to the PFC hired him to do. There were two guys to do some sort of evaluation, and one of them was saying, "This is the first time. This was an experiment. They had, and that working with propane is more difficult than working with natural gas." He didn't go into the explanation why, but I assume it's because propane is a heavier gas. Natural gas is the lightest of the gases. It's mainly methane. So it's like 95% methane, and the rest 5% is a mixture of butane, ethane, and propane. But it's largely methane.
Mhm.
And methane is a light test. Methane is one carbon atom with surrounded by 4 hydrogen atoms. Propane is, let's see, so ethane is 2. I think butane is 3. And I'm missing 1. I think propane is like 4 or 5.
But what you
Carbon.
pointed out to us is a difference with the absence of natural gas, and we using propane.
Propane is a more difficult, it's a bigger molecule, and it's more difficult to deal with. And that's what the guy was saying. And this is why
So these generators are used to being powered by
diesel or natural gas by itself, or a combination of natural gas. Or there are some, I don't think Wärtsilä does it, but there are some that generators, I know definitely in the States and stuff, that are just strictly propane. It's the dual thing. That you're trying to use diesel or propane on the same generator. And they've done that. I said Wärtsilä has done it for many, many, many years with diesel and natural gas. And they have no problem with that. They worked out all the kinks. And as the guy was saying, natural gas is an easier fuel to deal with than diesel. No, I'm sorry, than propane. So it's when you're trying to combine diesel and propane, which is a little bit more difficult to deal with than natural gas, that's where the problems come in. And also the fact that they have never done it before. We are the first and only place to have a generator that uses diesel and propane. And so that's why we're having problems, and the BVI is not. The BVI is not using, it doesn't have our generators. They have the regular Wärtsilä, more than likely just using diesel.
Mhm.
And so Wärtsilä has been doing that forever. They have no problem with that. Everybody's been doing that forever.
But again, it's it's so obvious. Why is it that we have the first imported experts from up north? Now we've got the local what's it called, night. Why is it that this is so obvious, but they miss it? Or
I suspect that they probably were warned about it. I would imagine, because it's not an industry secret that people haven't done diesel and propane on the same unit. So this is not the guy who I would say one of them was from Trinidad was saying that this is the first ever. So I am assuming, and again, you just don't know. They may have been warned, they may not have been warned. But what the thing is that they were trying to, so that I think I told you this before, that I ran across something that the board had said, yes, we need to move to natural gas or propane. And I've been pushing for this since 2009. It was around 2013 that the board came to this decision, WAPA board, that yes, this is the way we need to go. But then they decided to go propane instead of natural gas, and I heard from directly out of the executive director, Hugo Hodge. He had said on a talk show that they went to propane because propane was easier to deal with, or at least so they thought. It's easier to store propane gas. Since it's heavier, it liquefies and you could get a lot of it in a tank real easy. Natural gas is largely methane, which is a small molecule. it doesn't stick to each other. It tends to be a gas. So you put it in a tank, and it's going to fill up the tank. Get from high school or whatever. The gases fill whatever volume you put them in. With methane, your tank is going to get full rather quickly with not much methane in it, and then you'll use it up and then have to refill it again. So what they do in order to be able to get a substantial amount of that in there, they liquefy it, they cool it. Like water. If you cool water, if you put a cold thing down, you get droplets on the can or glass, and that's because there's water in the air as a gas. But then when it hits your can or thing, it gets cold,
Condensation.
right. And when it gets cold, when something's cold, it means that the molecules are moving slower. So since they're moving slower, they are now able to attach to each other and build up into a droplet. And so that's what they do with the natural gas. In order to store a good bit of it, they cool it down, they refrigerate it. So so it's a slightly more complicated storage thing that you have to. Propane, you don't have to refrigerate. Natural gas, you have to refrigerate. And so they were running from that. But I don't know why they were. It's not that. It's not nothing new. And everybody knows how to do this. They could have gotten it done.
Well, I in our time today, I would like for my beloved audience to hear from you then. If given the opportunity, how would you make the necessary changes?
Right. So
Since we have 600 million available for St. Croix,
right.
300 is available for St. Thomas, what would you do? Because you've clearly articulated the problem source here.
And they have the money to do this. So let me just, before I say this. If you want a natural gas plant built in America with all the bells and whistles that covers 63 megawatts, which is more than enough of what we burn, and enough for St. Thomas. So we need something around 63, 70 megawatts. I was, planning for the future expansion. It would cost about, if you want with all the bells and whistles, 150 million. Which means, and then so let's say you add on another 50 million because things are a little bit more expensive, which is of course extra 1/3, right? Which would be 50 million. For 200 million, you could get a natural gas plant with all the bells and whistles. You could get one much cheaper too. It goes between I think it's like 80 and 100 million, 150 million. 150 million.
But if we can afford it, why don't?
Well, we can more than afford it. If you add on again 50 million, that would bring us to 200,000. We have 600,000 for St. Croix. That means we could build 3 of these natural gas plants with all the bells, the most latest thing there is. We could build 3 of them on St. Croix, and one and a half, you could say, on St. Thomas. We have the money. We have more than enough money. We could do more than that. And what I would recommend is a natural gas plant, which is going to be the backbone, what is going to run everything. But then in addition to that, solar and waste energy. Solar without the batteries and waste energy. Because batteries are not going to last, and whatever they say is going to last in the States, cut that in about half for down here, because higher temperatures weakens the battery, and also humidity weakens the batteries. So whatever they rank them, if they say it's going to last 10 years in the States, it's going to last less than 5 years down here, unless you refrigerate them. And of course, we know refrigeration costs a lot of money. Anybody who added AC to their house can tell you what happened to their water bill.
Right.
So if you refrigerate them, and also battery technology is improving. In the next 10 years, it may be a lot better. I expect it to be a lot better. But right now, I don't think it's there for us to use in a large scale. I'm trying to find out, from people who have Tesla batteries, you know, how long they find. But then even those are kind of, you know, those only came about not too long ago. So I don't know if their batteries will be going dead as yet. But I'd like to find out. I don't know if they do something to isolate theirs better than others or not. I haven't heard anything. I've looked on the internet to see if, and I haven't come across anything. So I suspect not. But maybe they're doing something that I don't know. But right now, from what I know, I don't have a lot of hope with batteries as yet. 10 years from now, I expect that maybe that will be the time to make the move. But right now, I think when the sun goes down, what we should rely on is waste energy.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mario.
Talk to me.
This is to Mr. Henry.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Henry.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, a couple days back, or maybe last week, I asked you if you ever heard of BYD.
DYD?
Yeah.
Not ringing a bell. Go ahead.
Okay, let me refresh your memory. BYD is a Chinese company.
Oh, B as in ABC, B.
There you go.
I thought you were saying D.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yes. The electric cars.
Yeah.
But before they start making
Build your dream is what the BYD is.
Yeah, before they start making electric cars, their main focus was on lithium-ion batteries,
Right.
and they are the world leader in battery technology.
Right.
So I wish you could just focus your attention when you're talking about batteries to BYD.
Well, China is the world's leading producer of batteries. So when I'm talking about batteries, I'm more or less talking about China. And I said these are things that have been tested. So batteries in Washington State, not in Washington batteries in Washington State, not Washington D.C., Washington State, which is up north next to Canada, they might last 20 years. Batteries in Arizona, which is down south, they would last 10 years. This is something that is known. The hotter the temperature, and like in the US, the lifetime of batteries gets cut in half when you go to the south. So this is nothing that is new. And again, even as a kid, I found, my friends, before I even understood science and all the stuff that I do, my friends told me, if you want your batteries to last long, batteries that you're not using, put them in the fridge. And I tried it, and it works. And I still do that today. I keep my batteries, I have new batteries, I keep them in the fridge, because they think if I keep them outside, by the time I get ready to use them, I come and I find that they're dead. Cold refrigeration helps your batteries last longer. And so I said this as a kid, I found this out.
And I guess we learn a lot more about batteries and how best to make use of it with the solar panel. For the simple reason that China is making quite a splash in trying to help the Cuban people to get electricity via solar panels, which require batteries.
So China, the U.S. has an embargo on Cuba. It won't allow any country, period, to supply them with oil. So China, although they want to, Russia wants to, they can't unless they're going to go up against the U.S. Navy. And they're not interested in starting World War III over this. So what they decided, and outsmarted the U.S., they're going to supply Cuba with solar panels. And it's also, they probably got it from the Cubans, because months before I heard that they were going to do this, I had heard that they were saying that a lot of Cubans, how they were getting by were the ones that were able to get a solar panel, that it made a huge difference to them. And that there were many of them were trying to get at least one panel that they could generate some electricity, charge some batteries or something in the daytime. So when it became night, they could, they had something and they could do something with cooking and whatnot. So I don't know if it was because of reports about that China then got the idea that, oh, wait a minute, this is a way around the embargo. And because there was months after that I read that, then I read that China was going to supply them with thing, and the U.S. can't really say anything because there's no embargo on solar panels. So this is how they're getting around that.
Well, we have less of a problem than Cuba.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
and we have the funds.
And the U.S.
Almost $1 billion.
Right. I mean, we can do a lot with that. And I think that the U.S. expects us to do a lot with it. And that's one of the reasons why I'm like, okay, Whopper, what are your plans? They haven't said to us, what do they plan to do with this money? They've hired a company to come up with plans and come up with stuff. But it's like, okay, by this time, they should have given them some sort of a idea, some sort of a, not necessarily the details, but just in overall, what are you thinking about doing? And especially it seems like they should put that out, because you saw what happened to us with the propane stuff. That it ended up doubling in price and clearly has not fixed our problems. The Wärtsilä generators, again, they didn't tell us what they were going to do. If they had told us that, I'm sure many of us would have gone and Googled to see, okay, what about these diesel and propane generators? To how reliable are they? And we would have come up with, nobody had them, and then we could be like, okay, well, this is a risk. What it doesn't make sense. But so some input. I mean, but they don't tell us anything.
Well, this is why I am, hoping to press you a little bit, as because yes, we've got almost $1 billion, but the way we are approaching this, we might find out tomorrow or next week that Washington has decided to take back the $1 billion because we haven't been able to use it. And so I'm really pressing you to find out what does it take to get things moving.
We need to hear from WAPA what they're thinking about doing. Because even worse, or not even worse, I'd say just as bad, is that they lock themselves into something, and then when they come to the public, we see all kinds of problems why we shouldn't have done this. Similar to what is happening with the airport. They came up and they have somebody to modernize our airports, give us jet bridges and all that kind of stuff. And then the airlines, they said they weren't included in the discussions. And they're saying what they are telling them that they're going to have to increase their fees for is ridiculous. Nobody pays that much, and they're not going to pay that much. And so now they have already locked themselves into some kind of a contract. So the airline, where they have to, if they change their mind, they have to pay that company $40 million to do absolutely nothing. And so the airlines are saying, okay, we will pay it, just not to end up having to pay to go down those fees. We are willing to pay $40 million to get you out of this contract, because what you're planning to do and what you're planning to charge us, won't pay that. We will just stop coming. And so we are willing to pay the $40 million to get you out of this contract. I don't want us to at our $600 million, and we're going to end up having to pay $40 million to get us out of a contract, a bad contract. We think if they had just come to the public, maybe somebody in the public would see something that they don't see. They can have all the knowledge and experience, but they can't be everywhere. They can't see everything. They can't think of everything. I've had, when my children were young, they would point out stuff to me and that I never thought about. They don't know anything about really, and this is new to them. But they're looking at it and they see something that I didn't think about. And this is when my children were like, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
If that can happen with me, and I've had this also, we're working with a complex. They, we're chosen 60 out of all thousands of high schools submitted a proposals to put experiments on their high altitude balloon. They have these balloons that go all the way up into the atmosphere, and you can test different things on them. They were chosen 6 out of 60 high schools they wanted to look at UV light on solar panels, whether it's going to be beneficial or not. And we were working on it and had most things working. And then all of a sudden the panel, the electronic panel with the chips and stuff stopped communicating with the computer. So I looked at it, couldn't find a problem. They brought in this guy from Whopper. He volunteered, he came in. Both of us were looking at it and couldn't find a problem. A student noticed that a wire was loose on the opposite end of the board that we were looking at. It made no sense for this wire to have been, so we weren't looking there. We were looking at the part where it should have been. But however, the wiring of that thing, because it was the circuit board was pre-wired to a certain extent. So we didn't know the full thing. But for whatever reason, it was just a grounding wire. That grounding wire stopped everything from working. And me and the other guy with, our expertise were telling us to look at this part of the circuit board because that's where the problem should have been.
Yeah.
But everything was fine there. The student happened to notice while we were looking at that the other end was pointed towards him. And he was like, well, what about this wire? And I saw it and I was like, it doesn't make any sense that this would be the problem, but we were stumped. We couldn't find anything. So I was like, let's try it. Hooked it, put it in, everything working. And it is not, this guy was just learning. This was his first project dealing with it. This was his first.
Yeah.
And this, people, you can't be everywhere at every time. You can't see everything. Sometimes people with less ability and knowledge than you just happen to see something that you aren't seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why they should come to the public and let us know. Yes, most of the things that people are going to bring up are going to be nonsense or not really, whatever. Mm-hmm. But every once in a while, you have this thing like that happened with a student. If I was just brushing him off and say like, oh, he don't know anything, we would have never gotten the thing to work. Mm-hmm. It's also, and what does it hurt them bringing the stuff to the public? What are they afraid of?
I don't know, but I would like very much to have you share with your beloved audience what does it take.
Let me just pitch in one thing,
sure,
which you probably would like. That student now is studying physics, and he's now going in his second year in physics in a university in the States. So he plans to be a physicist.
Very good.
Yes.
Excellent. Yes, my question is, what does it take, to open the first natural gas facility?
Right. So they're gonna need, of course, a tank to store it. And again, that's pretty standard. They can get, a company to put that in.
But this is, my question really is, can you think of any obstruction, delays that would come about since the funds are available?
They shouldn't be. There's again natural gas plants are in the U.S. all over. In the last 10 years, I'm sure it's expanded because that's when they're done the fracking.
To your, way of thinking, is just simply that the personnel at Whopper, for whatever reason, are not interested.
Well, I think it's something that they don't aren't familiar with, and I think that's why they went to propane and stuff. It's just that they're not familiar with it. They're used to diesel, which is a liquid. Natural gas, here says it comes in LNG as a liquid, but when you get ready to use it, you release it and it heats up and it goes back to being a gas. But then they've also had the years of dealing with propane. So they now have some experience. Before back they didn't, and I think that's why they shied away from it. But again, it's something that you can learn, and they're dealing with propane now. So at this point, they really don't have an excuse. They are Trinidad uses natural gas because they that's one of the places down there. They're next to Venezuela, so they're in the ocean between them and Venezuela. There is oil and natural gas, and so Trinidad has been using natural gas. In fact, Trinidad was supplying Puerto Rico with natural gas. They had a natural gas plant for a number of years. So again, there's Puerto Rico in the area. If they need information, if they need there are natural gas plants all over the U.S.
This is what I'm trying to get to. So, I mean, what is the reluctance and the hesitance? So why are we even looking into it? Okay,
Yeah.
you're not familiar with it. Well, why aren't you making yourself familiar with it?
Exactly. They could have sent somebody to one of these plants to stay there a year or whatever it is and become familiar with it. But you know how it is here. We tend to shy away from the unknown. We like to deal with what we're experts in. So even if you go away from WAPA, you go to different government agencies, you hear the same kind of complaint that they don't want, if somebody's really good and is on top of something, they get threatened by the new person coming in and talking about new ideas because they don't know those. And so they're king with the present idea. You go to the new thing, they don't know if they're going to be king anymore. And so they are not interested in that new development. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of our young people leave, that they come back to try to improve things. They quickly realize that they're not going to be allowed to improve things for these reasons. And it doesn't matter, they have to wait till when that person dies before they get a chance to do anything.
All the more reason to look into these things
Exactly.
right here and now because we're getting ready to elect our 10th government.
Right. And what people do in the States. So like I started teaching. I went grad school, then I went to University of Arkansas, their main campus. And one of the reasons I went there is that there was a guy there that was very experienced and very successful in my thing and was willing to mentor me.
Mm.
What I found, what he did is that he brought in young people to mentor because young people may have the new ideas, but they don't know how to pull it off. They don't know how to get a project from point A to point B.
Mm-hmm.
But he does because he's done that many times. Mm-hmm. So when he comes in, he helps you develop and get your idea to get it going. In the meanwhile, in discussions with you, he gets new ideas. And so he gets new ideas for his projects. And it's not that he's not stealing your idea. He's coming up with a new idea. Your thing sparked his idea, and with his experience, he can come thinking of things to do that you won't. You wouldn't ever, well, not in anytime soon, you wouldn't have thought about doing what he's doing. And so he gets new ideas from the young people. And that's how things should succeed. The older person should help the younger person be able to teach them how to get an idea to think. Meanwhile, they get ideas that the younger person wouldn't get. And so they get new ideas from helping this younger person. They get new ideas, and because of their experience, they can pull it off when that younger person would not have been able to pull it off because they don't have this experience and connections. They wouldn't even have thought about doing it. Mm-hmm. And this is how mentor-mentoree kind of thing works. The mentor gets something out of it. The mentoree gets something out of it. We don't have that kind of a thing. Most of us don't know how to do this. And I find it's not just here, but in Black communities, period. The Chinese know it, the Jewish people know it and do it, the white people know it and do it. Black people don't seem to get it. Sometimes the mentor knows what he's doing, but the mentoree does it and it doesn't work. Sometimes the mentoree is doing what they're supposed to do and the mentor isn't, and it doesn't work. Well, you have to get two, and in our society, we don't seem to do this much. We don't understand how it works. You hear parents complaining if their child goes to work for like an auto mechanic or something like that, and they're not getting paid the amount of money that a full-time worker will get paid. They complain, and they don't realize your child is costing that person money. The time they're taking to train your child, they could have put out a car or two. So yes, they're paying your child less money because they're teaching your child. And they're not charging your child a tuition. And so yes, they're going to get less money. But the parent doesn't understand this. They say, oh, my child ain't working for that money to money. You hear these complaints all the time. Then sometimes it's the opposite way. The young person is doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing, but the mentor doesn't understand how it's supposed to work, and they're not doing their part. And so it's rare that you get both parties in the Black community understanding this mentor-mentee relationship. And so we don't develop.
Well, I don't know if we need mentor-mentoree relation to develop, but I would like to know, because that's it. We are on the verge of electing our 10th government. We have nothing to show for it.
Right.
Since 1970.
Well, I think
so that with your facility, I would like to be able to, I guess, enable the contestants for this 10th administration,
right,
to be able to cut through many of the obstacles that will befuddle us in the past.
Well, interesting thing, I think it's the same kind of a problem. I don't think most of our gubernatorial candidates understand how government really works and how governors get their ideas. That is not that the governor comes in and you hear them talking about this, pitching an idea. It's not their idea. They got it from one of their constituents, from one of their supporters. They are the better pitchman. They can talk well publicly. They understand the public better than the guy who has the idea, the engineer or scientist or farmer or whatever. So they get the ideas from their group, and then they present them to the public. And so it seems like our leaders think it has to be their idea, that they can't take somebody else's idea and run with it. Somebody else who is not a candidate, not running for anything, that they can better explain it to the public. They can get the public on their side and to support this, because they are a political person, because they have that. You think, what's his name? That famous French Napoleon. You think every military strategy was his idea? That he didn't have generals under him and that they were pitching ideas and that he would then pick which one. That's what he was good at, picking the best idea. And that's what our candidates are really supposed to, and that's what we should be looking for. Somebody who can hear a bunch of different proposals to them and pick and say, this one is the one that's going to, I may not understand the whole thing. I may not be a person that understands power generation, but I am a person who understands people. I can pick a person who has good ideas. I can hear 3 different ideas, may not totally understand them, but I can pick the one that is most likely to work. That's what a leader does. And that's what we've been absent of. we've had them thinking that they have to be, and so if it isn't their idea, they ain't supporting it. They only supported something that they come up with. And it's like, how is that going to work? You can't be an expert in, you have at least 15 different departments, 15 different commissioners and directors. Which one of us is an expert in 15? Impossible. Yeah, the most you might be an expert in 1 or 2. So if it's only your ideas, then only 2 departments in our whole government is going to be doing anything. Is you have, you know, and that's what we need to get out of, and we need to get our political leaders to stop doing that. They have to be the one, and only their ideas are the only ones they promote. That's totally the opposite of what you used to do. They're supposed to be able to promote good ideas.
Good afternoon.
I think good afternoon.
Good
Once
afternoon.
again, thanks for this presentation. And I agree, the powers to be need to listen to all the ideas out there. And I propose a competition sponsored by WAPA. So that out there, we could come up with the best idea on how we can improve efficiency and effectiveness of the public utility company. And I would like to know what's your thoughts. Remember, the governor had said he was going to solarize St. Croix, 99-point-something%. What's your thought on that proposal?
From the minute I heard it, I was like, that's a pipe dream. It wasn't going to happen. I think he would want to be 100% renewable by, was it 2025 or something like that? And I was like, in what world? Technology isn't there. It's a nice thing to work towards, but technology is just not there. And this is, you're talking to somebody who was a fan of, even before, when I was in elementary school, there was a wind turbine on the hill of Beeston Hill above my school, and we would go play on the playground, on the sports field and stuff, and for PE and stuff like that. I used to be staring at it, looking at it. They had me back then. I'm a fan of renewable energy, but and I've been paying attention, learning, new things, whatever. But I know we are just not there. I would love for us to be there, but it's just not reality.
Okay, so you don't think it's realistic?
Not at this point. Maybe 10 years from now, they may be there. And I keep checking back to see where, are they there yet? Because I would like to have solar for my house, but I just know it's going to be expensive. And I'm going to have to, and it's not like what people describe, oh, you just put out the money first and then that's it. I know that every so many years, I'm going to have to replace all my batteries. Even the panels lose efficiency, but I could work with it. You just put in an extra panel, one more panel than you would have done, and that would take care of that. But the batteries are the main thing. You're going to have to replace all your batteries after so many years.
Okay, so you're saying at this point you think the one that is the most feasible is the use of natural gas, right?
Natural gas, and then also waste to energy and solar, but solar system, but not with the batteries at this point, just the panels. So you could get.
Do you support WAPA being privatized, or you wish for it to remain a public utility company? And what's your thoughts on them moving parts of it to the South Shore?
Yes, I think it should, the whole thing really, or at least not the whole thing, the vast majority should be moved to the South Shore. I am not too much in favor of privatization for this reason. I don't think we're going to get a reputable company buying it. We're a small population. There's not a lot of profit to be made off of us. So I don't think a legitimate company is going to look at us and it's going to be like, well, why spend $300 million in the Virgin Islands when I could spend 300 million in some rural part of the US and get 10 times the amount of return than I would get from the Virgin Islands? Why would I do that? So I would be suspicious of any company outside of the Caribbean being interested in buying WAPA. Because I'll be like, why? Why are you interested? Why would you not invest this same amount of money in the US and making 10 times the amount of return? You know, I'll be like, okay, what are you up to? You know, and so I just don't think we would get a company that's going to treat us well, a company that's not going to be shady, that is not going to turn out into some kind of a, you know, where their officials are getting arrested, you know, years later. I don't think it would turn out well for us. So I'm not.
What would the amount of campaign donations from outside of the territories, all those millions in campaign contributions? I would think those people, if they were true philanthropists, I want to see the Virgin Islands WAPA situation be resolved. They could funnel all that money into making a donation, being a philanthropist.
But they don't need to. But they don't need to. The federal government already gave us $600 million for St. Croix and $300 million.
Bailing us out, and we see the situation with us. The federal government might want to take more control, like what they did with Puerto Rico and their retirement system.
But if I'm
so government decides to return all this money.
But if I'm a philanthropist and I'm seeing that the first they got money from HUD, now they're sitting on all this money from FEMA for the power plant and doing nothing with it, why would I want to give money on top of that? Why would I not think that my money is gonna go to waste? You know, so I don't think again, I would also be, if a philanthropist does come up with this with our history, recent history, I also be wondering, what are they up to? Is this another Epstein? Is this somebody else trying to find a nice hiding spot? Because it wouldn't make sense. You know,
that's what it seems like to me. The Virgin Islands is closed. And, you know, because campaign donations come with strings attached. But also, the federal government is going to reach a point where federal government might say, listen, we send all these millions of dollars, y'all are not managing it properly.
Yeah.
So let's take control. See? And I have a concern about that because I want us to be able to
control
manage our own affairs.
What do you mean by?
Like we rely more on the federal government to bail us out.
Yeah. When you say take control, what exactly you mean? I'm not sure. I think I know what you mean, but I'm not 100% sure.
What I'm saying is for the federal government to come in here and
rule us, basically.
Finances, like what was proposed as CFO.
Yeah.
What was proposed, because we see all this corruption and the fiscal instability. The government is always the Virgin Islands government is always broke. And when I hear people say they should negotiate up a standpoint of strength, I'm like, what standpoint of strength? When you don't have the money, they are desperate for any kind of money to come in. So deals are made, and I'm saying the federal government, with all these corruption cases, we see where they say $2 million was stolen, cyber theft from WAPA. So I'm just wondering about, and some people are actually pushing that idea, which I don't really like.
Yeah, I don't think.
Want us to be able to manage our own affairs.
I don't think they're going to do that because it wouldn't look good on the world front. They can't be taking over here and then doing what they're doing in Iran at the same time. So I don't think they will. It's too much for them to lose. So they would allow this to continue. You know, at least at this point in time, in what's going on. And they know. My wife at the time was in law school, and this person who came from interior department was a law student there. When they found out that she was from the Virgin Islands, she was like, "You guys have a lot of trouble down there, a lot of problems." They know what's going on. I mean, it's not like they don't know. They know what's going on, but they just are not touching us because of how it would look. This is only black territory in the United States. And for them to come in and take over, it wouldn't look good on the world setting, and it would hamper things that they're trying to do. Other nations wouldn't be as willing to let them do it if they do something like that to us. So for that, I don't think they're gonna, every once in a while they'll come in and arrest people, send them to jail. But a takeover, I don't think they will, at least not in this climate. If things change, they may ultimately do it.
I hope you're correct.
Yeah.
And one last question, and that's it. There's talk about reopening the oil refinery, refining oil here once again. And we have a situation with cancer, hospital care, and so on and so forth. What are your thoughts about reopening the oil refinery here in Texas?
Okay. Mixed feelings.
Thank you. I don't have a cognitive feeling.
All right. Yeah, I have mixed feelings about that. If it's done right, it'll be fine. But we see that they don't do it right. When money becomes tight, they stop doing maintenance and whatnot, and then we have a major event.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, we listened to you.
Yeah, okay. No, I didn't. I wasn't hearing this lady. I have fast come to realize that much as you're interested in a subject, there comes a time when your mind shuts down. And I say that because I was waiting with bated breath to hear the physicist of the transient father come on. And I don't know. I just forgot, but
It
I
happens.
woke up just in time to hear when he was talking about a board that he and some others were doing some work on trying to find a shot on open socket at it. And some young student found it. Right?
Right.
And, my mind, it took my mind back to many years ago when I was working with a power company with WAPA. And the relationship, the very good relationship we had with ISEC, which is British Virgin Islands Electricity Corporation, the BVI. We were, well, what happened? We were doing some work on the water cable to St. John. And when we get through that, at least two of the lines from them were from the British Virgin Islands, the Caribbean. So we said, let's go in there. And we went in there. And, as man, after a hard day's work, you go to a watering hole. Not because it's water being stored in there, but we just go in there, we stand in there drinking and whatnot. I mean, it took no special knowledge for me, but I happened to be standing in the doorway, looking out into the dark of the night. An arc, shivering type of a blue flame, which is the hottest flame in electricity. It's blue. It's got fire red.
Hello? Hello?
No,
No,
he
drop.
went out. Yeah.
No, that's it.
Oh, and to add to that with the thing with the student, and so it was me, an expert from WAPA, but there was also an expert online from NASA who also, and none of us could figure out why this thing wasn't working. And the thing had several ground wires, but it was just this one that apparently was the thing.
Yeah.
I said none of us were all looking at the other end of the circuit board for the problem because that's
Yeah.
where it should have been. You know, and so that's the thing. You just don't, people see things, and sometimes they see things that you don't see, and so it's not. They shouldn't feel any way to open it up to the public and say this is what we're thinking about, and and we can take feedback here, or you could have town halls. I think I told you all about the one we had with Bruno Vega, and I brought up that what Provenza was flaring their gases, and for him to go, if to see if they could make an arrangement so that they can purchase and use those gases. And he didn't say anything, he didn't commit to anything in the meeting, but I heard things afterwards that made me believe that he did go and inquire. It seemed like it made the Hovenza to decide, well, they were going to start using it for themselves, But it's that, you can't think of everything. Your mind and your training may get you focusing one way, and while the solution turns out to be something different. And somebody who doesn't have your training and focus thinks about it. So it really is not saying anything about your intelligence or your, it's not, and we got to get out of that kind of thinking as a society because we miss out on a lot of good ideas and we make a lot of mistakes because we don't listen to other people.
And that's where we leave it for another Tuesday afternoon, huh? Okay. Well, beloved, should I say, lick your cream? Because I'm sure ice cream is just so good for your soul. And yes, beloved, at the bottom of the hour, make room because beautiful Aisha will be center stage and she will be ready to, well, complement the correct answer to our crucial history question for today. And tomorrow, 5:30, 5:30 tomorrow at UVI at the medical simulator. Well, I just say the first new building on your left when you're going into UVI campus. The first building on your left. 5:30, Kathleen Dowling would be autographing Blood in Basin, and she'll be doing a PowerPoint presentation also. And well, we just wanted to remind you that my one and only sister has actually filed for writ of mandamus to be able to get, as the Congress of the United States demanded that yes, the ballot for the delegate to Congress needs to be a separate and distinct. Let me just read it. The action presents a narrow question of law. May the Virgin Islands Board of Elections disregard an express command of Congress? And that express command is that the Virgin Islands delegate to the United States House of Representatives shall be elected at large by separate ballot instead of the same ballot as the territorial and local offices. It shall be elected by a separate ballot. And beloved, again, my one and only sister, Mary Moorhead, that I know as Peggy, she has filed that action for writ of mandamus. So we've got that. And beloved, we remind you tomorrow at 5:30, UVI, Kathleen Dowling, Blood in Basin. Beloved, we have been talking about Armstrong ice cream, and it's it really goes to the core of the problem we have with ourselves. Like I said, beloved, we rush to do all we can to help the reputation of a pirate in the Caribbean, whose business it was, is stealing our enslaved ancestors from one ship carrying to another. And now we celebrate these pirates who traded in our enslaved ancestors. We celebrate them. Big thing, Captain Morgan. But beloved, we just simply ask of our senators to sit down with Armstrong Ice Cream and see what it takes to actually have Armstrong Ice Cream packaged so that it can be sold everywhere that ice cream is sold in St. Croix. And as a call out, from the BVI, point out, they would like to get the ice cream over the BVI. We would like to get the ice cream every which way for them, because the fact is that for over 100 years, Armstrong Ice Cream has been a favorite here at St. Croix. And I challenge anyone who doubts that if Armstrong Ice Cream was packaged and placed on the shelf with all the other ice cream that are sold here at St. Croix, that Armstrong Ice Cream wouldn't be a favorite. It would be an instant favorite, beloved. We got over 100 years of experience. And like I said, beloved, it just challenges my poor intellect to be able to try to understand why is it that our senators are hesitant to sit down and talk about packaging Armstrong ice cream. What that is. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Mario, in my desk we got
Yes. I just said cut out because you're in the middle of saying something and boom, it just went.
Yeah. Well, I realized that when I heard you talking with someone and said, well, when I thought you were talking with me.
Yeah.
Anyway, if I could just quickly sum up what I was saying. Sometimes you happen to be in the right place at the right time. And with a ground force based on a leaking insulator, and I standing at the door of an establishment and looking out into the dark and saw it, I was able to report that to the Great Virgin Islands Electricity Corporation, and that's where the fault was.
Right.
It was any special knowledge.
Yeah.
You see. But that's the way the thing is. But if I could go quickly to what Mr. Henry was talking about also with the other sources of fuel for any power company. But since we're dealing with the Virgin Islands and WAPA, that they, for whatever reason, fail to or don't want to explore other sources that's even cheaper. I mean, is it that it's so flush with cash? I thought they were broke. But it doesn't surprise me really based on some answers I was getting from Mr. Knight. One day we were on a talk show, and I had called in, and when he told me, or when he said to the listening public that the first round of $17 million or $20 million, whatever it was, in smart meters that didn't work, they simply lock them out and fling them away. And I told him, well, why? I said, we used to the meters, recalibrate them and put them back in service. I mean, why? He said, well, we don't do that.
Turn them on. They just throw them away.
Yeah, they send them away now. You said we just simply, was the one you simply go and buy $30 million more?
Wow.
I don't know. I really don't know, but I continue to say only they can say why they do what they do. I don't want to say. You know, people like Mr. Henry, myself, and others, force them to say, make sense of it. They just doesn't.
Yeah.
And they try to make us look like we are idiots, so we complain too much. I mean, like, don't question me. This is my field. Well, it's mine also, for God's sake. I don't know, Mario, I guess I will take your words again. Keep trying. Don't give up.
Can't afford to give up. It's too expensive to give up.
Too much, muy expensive, give up.
Yeah.
Too very much expensive.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to tell you to keep home alive.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Okay, later.
We talk already.
Yeah. Bye.
Yes, beloved. Can't afford to give up. Too expensive to give up. And our ancestors have invested too much for us to now turn our back against it. And beloved, we need to exploit the benefits that we get from inside out cultivation. And that's what I was saying as we got the car. That, beloved, how could we lose with Armstrong ice cream? How could we lose? You tell me. Matter of fact, I would love to ask a senator. How could we lose? Armstrong ice cream has 100 years of experience behind it. And our local population, it's the proof of the pudding. Beloved, how could you ever think that packaging Armstrong ice cream is too risky? It's taking too big a chance. It's an investment that wouldn't pay off. I mean, you could suggest all of these things, but it still will come down to, beloved, all the evidence proves otherwise. Everything tells us that Armstrong ice cream is a winner. It's a favorite. And so you tell me, but that's part of the problem too, beloved, is that you can't even get the senators to respond to you, to give you a reason, much less an explanation as to why they are so reluctant to just sit down with Armstrong ice cream to try to determine what are the options, what are the possibilities of Well, developing a container for Armstrong ice cream. Again, I, I just don't see any other reason than that inferiority that is like a virus that continues to infect us and will just hold us back. Refuse to allow us to give hope a chance so that the inside of cultivation can prove itself. And it's strange, beloved. But then again, not so strange when you look at it from a historical perspective, that for the past 100 years, since the days of St. Croix Labor Union and David Hamilton Jackson, from those days to now, we have just given up on ourselves and refuse to believe that we can indeed do better. So we refuse to even give ourselves a chance to do better. And this is where we are with Armstrong Ice Cream. None of these senators, none of them, and we have 7 district senators here at St. Croix, 7 in this one district. And none of them seem to find any value in sitting down with Armstrong Ice Cream to look at the possibilities of having that ice cream packaged so it could be sold in the same shelves, in the same places as all the other ice creams that are sold here at St. Croix. And it's sad, but so true, beloved. Sad, but so true. We are looking at it and can't find any rational explanation. It's, well, like we're talking with Mr. Michael Henry about WAPA. They got $600 million available here in St. Croix. $600 million. And beloved, to date, we don't even have a plan for how to use the $600 billion. Thanks to Michael Henry, he's showing us that, beloved, the same generators are used in the BVI as we use here in the USVI. But somehow we decided to use a different fuel, propane. Never been used in these generators. They use diesel or natural gas, and no problem. And we had a caller who they said, hey, how is it that the BVI uses the same generators as we do, but they don't have blackouts? While in St. Thomas, it seems like not one single day, not a 24-hour period passes without there being some kind of blackout, some loss of current, some part of St. Thomas. It's that bad there. And I'm not implying that St. Croix is doing so fine. We just not as bad as St. Thomas. And here, Mr. Henry points out, clear as day, we are using the wrong fuel. Why are we insisting on using this propane that nobody else uses for these generators? And beloved, the same generators that are constantly causing blackouts in St. Thomas are reliable in the BVI. No blackouts, same generators, but different fuel. And Lord Harry the judge, beloved, they can't seem to see the difference. I don't know what to tell you. But beloved, we are at the bottom of the hour. And so we are prepared to have our Crucian history question for today. And if you are ready, we are ready. So, beloved, you know what you need to do. Lick your cream, beloved, because some ice cream is just so good for your soul. And as you can see, beautiful Aisha has taken a position center stage, and she is more than ready to award the correct answer. Beloved, 2 weeks ago, we asked you about the first primary election in the Virgin Islands. It took place in 1964. And beloved, the question then was to find out who were the winners from the St. Croix side of the equation. And matter of fact, nobody could come up with the 8 people that won. Because one of the things that we forgot was that in 1964 we did not have an elected governor. In 1964 we did not have a delegate to Congress. So that we were simply electing senators at large and district senators. Trying to decide who should be the nominees out of all the candidates for the Democratic Party. Well, beloved, I am here to tell you that in addition to determining which candidates would get the nomination, there is something else that is decided in 1964 primary election. And that was the Territorial Committee. Yes, beloved, the Territorial Committee that runs the Democratic Party. That was to be determined in the 1964 primary election. Before that, candidates were decided by way of convention. So 1964 was the very first primary election. And beloved, in addition to selecting 4 at-large nominees, we also would be voting for 7 district senators nominees who would be headed for the November election, because you can't have the Democratic Party coming up with 5 or 6 candidates for that last position when there are only 4 at-large senators, and that's why you have the primary election to decide who would be the 4 nominees out of however many candidates you have. Well, beloved, having said that, let us look at the Territorial Committee. The Territorial Committee actually runs the Democratic Party. And this primary election, there would be 22 seats available. 22 seats. 10 would be district seats in the Territorial Committee, and 12 would be the at-large seats in the Territorial Committee, for a total of 22 seats. 22 seats. Now, I'm not going to ask you like 2 weeks ago to give us the names of the St. Croix winners. I'm going to do that. But we're going to approach it this way. Beloved, up until this primary election, St. Croix and St. John were the mainstays of the Democratic Party. St. Croix and St. John. St. Thomas, on the other hand, was, you could say, totally controlled by the Unity Party. And this primary election is where they are coming together now between the Democrats of St. Croix, Democrats of St. John, and the Unity in St. Thomas. They are coming together in this primary election to decide who will have the majority in these 22 seat territorial committee. So that then is the question. Who got the most members in this 22 seat territorial committee that runs the Democratic Party? Beloved, the question for you to give me is between St. Croix and St. John. How many of the 22 seats did St. Croix and St. John achieve? 22 seats make up the territorial committee. Like we said, 12 of those seats are at large, and 10 are district seats, for a total of 22 22 seats. The question is, how many of the 22 seats in the territorial committee did St. Croix and St. John win? Because it's the majority. Whoever wins the majority of the 22 seats controls the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands. So that is the question that beautiful Aisha is prepared to award with a full quart of Absam ice cream in your flavor. How many seats did St. Croix and St. John win out of the 22 on the territorial committee? How many? "22 seats are available or were available for the primary election. 22 seats. 12 at large, 12 at large, and 10 district territorial committee, for a total of 10 plus 12 makes to the 22 seats on the territorial committee. Good afternoon. How many did St. Croix and St. John get?
16.
You say 16, you know. If they got 16, would that give them the win?
It should give them the win because 16 gave you 6 to make 22. So it should give them the win.
All right. And that says, wheel and come again. Beloved, we're talking about 22 seats. 22 seats that make up the territorial committee. And we're telling you that up until this primary election, St. Croix and St. John control the Democratic Party, while St. Thomas control the Unity Party. This primary election for 22 seats will determine who controls the Democratic Party. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mario.
Good afternoon. I want to know how many seats did St. Croix and St. John get?
9.
9. You said 9.
Yeah.
So that means that St. Thomas would have come out the winner.
That's what I was thinking.
And again, all I can say is you're going to have to wheel and come again.
Yeah.
Beloved, the question is, how many seats in the territorial committee did St. Croix and St. John win? How many seats? "12 of those territorial committee seats are at large. 12 of them at large. 10 are district seats on the territorial committee, for a total of 22 seats in the territorial committee. 22 seats. So we're asking you to tell us how many seats did St. Croix and St. John win in that primary election, 1964. Good afternoon.
11.
You say 11.
Yes.
St. Croix and St. John got 11.
Uh-huh.
And I said to you, you're going to have to wheel and come again. But the thing is, beloved, what I am trying to get you to see is how little we understand the structure of our government and how it is that our government is run. We just got through just about 2 weeks ago at a primary election, and we voted for territorial committee, but we didn't realize that. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mario. How are you doing?
We're doing pretty good. I want to know how many seats did St. Croix and St. John win on the territorial committee?
That include Azad.
That's the total, yeah, because listen good.
Okay, very good.
The territorial committee is made up of 22 seats. 22, right?
Right.
12 of those 22 are at large. The other 10 are district seats for a total of 22. Whoever gets the majority runs the Democratic Party. They would be in charge of the territorial committee. So we're asking you, how many seats did St. Croix and St. John win? Because if they got the majority, well, they would be running the territorial committee of the Democratic Party, and they would be running the Democratic Party.
Right. Okay, so let me take an I guess I would say 6.
You would say 6. And I would say that you are a winner.
All right. All right.
Yeah. Did you know or did you guess?
It's an ancient African secret. I can't tell my methodology.
I don't know. Because I can tell you exactly how it come out now. But first, I need for you to give me full name and flavor.
Okay, my name is Derek Hendricks, right?
Again.
Yeah, and I'm giving it to a lady. Her first name is Trace Flynn.
Well, wait a minute. You got to spell that one for me.
Yeah, it spells Trace.
Yeah, that's Trace.
Yeah, Trace Lynn. TRACELYNN.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
and then her last name is Francis.
Trace Lynn Francis.
Yes.
All right. Derek Hendricks has done it again. And let me now walk my way to explain how it is that you are a winner.
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay. St. Croix has 4 seats on the district territorial committee.
Right.
St. Thomas has 4 seats on the territorial committee.
Okay.
St. John has 2 seats and the territorial committee. Now then, 4 St. Croix, 4 St. Thomas, 2 St. John, you see, that is 10.
That's 10, right?
10 district territorial committee members. 12 are at large.
Uh-huh.
Okay? So when you say that St. Croix and St. John had 6, that means that St. Croix, 1 is 4,
Uh-huh.
St. John, 1 is 2. But
Okay.
they did not win any at large.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So they won 6 seats
Uh-huh.
out of the 22.
Oh.
It's how pitiful I was.
Yeah.
And,
This is
and
how no one in like them, sir.
so that is why St. St. Thomas,
Uh-huh.
they actually were Unity Party members who signed up to vote as Democrats.
Okay.
And they actually outmaneuvered St. Croix because it was all Atlee running business in St. Thomas versus
Uh-huh.
Ron DeLuca running business in St. Croix. And there was no competition.
Right.
No competition at all. St. Thomas,
Right.
St. Thomas won its 4 district seats and the 22. I'm sorry. My bad. It's 4 district seats and the 12 at large. For a total of 16.
16, okay.
16 against the 6 that St. Croix and St. John won.
Wow. That's a lot of information, boy.
Well, this is what I am trying to point out is that we as a people allow the politicians, to actually maneuver us any which way they do it. And this is what happened after in 1962 when Doug James and Patrick Williams won election for the at-large seats from St. Croix,
Okay.
giving St. Thomas for the very first time in history. This go all the way back from we had Constitution, let me see, yeah. All the way back to the Danish times, Borger Council, and yes, the Borger Council, all of these here, never ever had St. Thomas
Uh-huh.
dominant.
Wow.
St. Croix was always the dominant one.
Right.
It was a 16-seat colonial council.
16, okay.
16. 9 seats for St. Croix,
Uh-huh.
6 St. John, no, 6 St. Thomas, and 1 St. John.
Okay.
For a
All
total,
right.
for a total of 16.
16, right.
And now, for the very first time in 1962,
Mm-hmm.
when the legislature was made up of 11 members, you had three district senators for St. Croix, 3 district senators for St. Thomas, and 1 district senator for St. John. St. John was a district.
Okay.
All right, so you had 7 district senators and 4 at large. 2 at large had to be residents of St. Croix and 2 residents of St. Thomas. And that is how St. Thomas was able to prevail because that James and Patrick Williams run as Unity Party members. And they win.
Okay.
And that's the very first time in history that St. Thomas was the political dominant of the three islands. And they took advantage of it so that the very next election, which was 1964, they now decided to have a primary election, which allowed them to take over the Democratic Party from St. Croix and St. John.
Okay. All right. I'll have to practice this as the show continues.
Derek, you're a scholar. Thank you for following this. And Trace St. Francis, she could have our ice cream. Beautiful Aisha will take care of it.
Good day. And thanks for the enlightenment and the information.
Well, that's what we there for, my son.
Right.
All the best, and thank you for taking part.
You're welcome, and all the best. Have a good day, brother.
All righty.
All right.
So, beloved, I hope we are understanding how it is that we allow the politicians to take advantage of us, and how it is that for the very first time, St. Thomas became the political dominant island, and they are yet to let that loose. They continue to dominate our politics, and we are now a one-party system, the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands, and it is totally controlled by St. Thomas. And so, beloved, that is where we are. And Derek Hendricks figured it out. He is the winner. Derek is half island, and he is going to see that Trace Lynn Francis gets the ice cream in his place. So, beloved, you now see how the territorial committee is controlled by St. Thomas. So, lick your cream. The Armstrong ice cream is just so good for your soul. Beloved, this is, as you very well know, this is the last lap. So get in your last lick, or we got some callers holding on here. So let's do this. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, beloved Mario.
Good afternoon to you. Boss Pickney. Huh?
Yes,
Huh?
you're cooking with gas today, son.
I just giving you, our own history that we live in through here and somehow the other. I don't know, Mr. Because we don't just do what they tell us to do.
I don't know, man. I could hardly hear you if you really got me. But I called to ask you who was governor in 1964.
1964, the governor was Ralph Iwansky.
Okay.
He President Kennedy elected him in April of 1961, and he was there until Nixon, appointed Evans.
Okay.
Evans to take place. In other words, when the administration in Washington D.C. went from Democrat to Republican, and Nixon the Republican, he he nominated Dr. Evans.
Yeah.
Evans ended up being the last appointed governor, and then he ended up being the first elected governor.
Exactly. Now, is your speech, show going to be on tomorrow?
I think so. I hope so.
Because last week there was nothing but music.
I wish I had checked
All right.
with you, but
You drop a bombshell on me and really got me confused about this thing with the delegate. So we us uninformed and politically uninformed people need a big explanation as to how this works. Does that mean we have to have another election for delegates after all these years when we had Christensen and Plaskett?
well, we're gonna see what we'll see, but the law definitely says that it's supposed to have a separate ballot for delegates.
Why now?
Well, nobody did challenge it until now.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Like a lot of things, like reapportionment. The Constitution says no more than one senator per district. We got 7, but unless somebody challenges it in court, it stands. Even though it's illegal. Well, that's what was happening with the delegate. Yeah. Well, that's it. If you have the wherewithal to take it to court, well, you will win. And anybody that take it to court, clearly, what is going to happen come November now, I don't know, because I know for one thing, because he told me when my nephew, Shelley Moorhead, was wanted to run for delegate, but because they refused to give a separate ballot, he chose not to run.
Oh,
So now
I should explain tomorrow.
Yes, we look forward to that. Yes.
All right, I know you've done this a lot, so
Yes.
I'll listen tomorrow to hear our explanation.
Okay, my dear.
Totally confused now.
Keep going. Yeah. Okay.
great day.
All right. Good. Well, anyhow, beloved, yes, that is the writ of mandamus that my one and only sister has filed, and I know she's gonna win because it last day, but what will happen, I don't know. Good afternoon.
Mario,
Yes, talk to me.
the song now, the day is overnight is drawing nigh. We used to sing that when school got in time to close for the day.
Yeah,
Yeah. So I know you getting ready to go, but
yeah, it's
I
last
need
up.
yeah, I need to mention something. What you were just talking about with the, I mean, and for a long time I've asked some attorneys tell me why, and some didn't tell me why.
Mm.
If something is unlawful, why does someone have to challenge it in court? Would not judge in the court say it's against the law and just rule on it?
Let me just read what it says in her her petition to the court.
Okay.
Congress has prescribed the manner in which the Virgin Islands delegate is to be elected.
Okay.
The controlling federal statute provides unequivocally that the delegate from the Virgin Islands shall be elected at large by separate ballot and by a majority of the votes cast for the office of delegate. And that is at 48 USC section 17128. You know, this is the law that created the office of delegate from the Virgin Islands. And it says here, it shall be elected at large by separate ballot. You know, but we have been putting on the same ballot as the territorial and local offices, and that's illegal. It's just like how we again don't pay no mind to the law, and we got seven senators in one district, and as long as nobody don't take it to court and challenge it, well, hey, they continue doing it.
Okay, I see. I know. But I still was thinking, my thing is still was the court as being the legal arm of a government. They should have some say and rule independently without someone bringing it to court.
No. There's somebody has to make a motion. Somebody has to. It's just like you can decide that you want to go on the floor of the Congress or for that matter, the floor of the legislature, and you decide to make a law. No, you got to go through the process. You got to get voted in, so forth and so on. This is what you got to do. And again, for the third branch, the judiciary, you have to file your motion.
True. Okay, no, I'm not going. So, I mean, I just, I still like to.
I understand what you're saying. I understand you, yeah.
But let me tell you quickly, got no time on it. You call Mr. Hendricks a scholar. I think you're doing him a disservice. I think you should have a scholarly scholar. How much time did he win the ministry question?
Again, more than a dozen for sure.
Much more than a dozen.
Because we've been doing this now over 5 years. Yeah, Derek Hendricks, yes, he's a lot.
Yeah, Barry might have six. He got to have six times six.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, but I was thinking about it. I tried to get in, and I was thinking an even number of seven. I thought that's what it would be. But six it is.
yeah, the four St. Croix District Territorial Committee members and the
Right.
two St. John District Territorial Committee members. That's the six
Okay.
right there.
Now, along that line,
Yeah.
there was some ruling, or was there a ruling by the court recently with regards to who pays for party politics, whether the party that wants a bribery or the entire government taxpayers. How did that ruling come about?
Uh, I think it was uh, if I recall it, it has to do with the Republican Party, something I remember candidate having something. I don't remember really, no.
Yeah.
I'm confusing myself, no.
All right. Okay.
But yes, but the problem is that we have only had Democratic Party primary elections.
Right.
And the government have paid for them because that is just it. That's what I'm trying to point out, that from 1962, when that James and Patrick Williams successfully ran as Unity Party at large candidates out of St. Croix, ever since that, St. Thomas politicians been running things.
I have a lot of friends that are Democrats, and I don't know.
Well, when it came down to this, when you have Ron DeLugo running the Democrats out of St. Croix and St. John versus our athlete is St. Thomas, there's no contest.
No contest. Yeah.
No contest. You know, athlete make a fool out of Ron DeLugo. Every time.
I mean, he even banished him to Washington. They didn't want him around.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. To me, going to a convention and picking your place in the window, who tell you need to have 65 running for 7 seats and get a primary? I don't know. I don't know. But who's in charge? What is they gonna say? Who has the longest to push the button? So, maybe that's what is going to happen and will continue to happen. I suspect. Anyway, you get up there. We deal with hopefully maybe by tomorrow.
Let us see. I really should have checked for that. As far as I know, she'll be here tomorrow. As far as I know, but we'll see.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Mhm. And yes, beloved, we're down to our last 10 minutes or so of today's program. And well, that's the best that I could explain to you is that on the one hand, we've got Kathleen Dowling, what's the name of the thing now? Blood and Basin is the name of the book, you know, and she'll be doing a PowerPoint at 5:30 tomorrow at UVI. Good afternoon.
Hello, Mario. How are you?
Yeah, hey, hold on. Welcome and talk to me.
That is very, very important with that party.
Yeah. Well, that's how St. Thomas, take the Democratic Party away from St. Croix and St. John, and they've been running things ever since.
Well, it was all about trade, Mario. Trade.
Yeah.
And more money for each and every one of them. All of them.
Right.
And a way to hide the account. After Kennedy died, there was a way to take over certain accounts.
Yeah.
And trade. But I thank you for that history, Mario. Very important.
Anytime, man. Anytime.
Yeah, what?
Alrighty. Yes, we love it. So yes, we got that tomorrow at UVI with Kathleen Dowling and the Blood in Bazen is the name of it. It's a third book now. Then we spoke about my one and only sister already with her petition for mandamus from the court, and you're likely to hear from her tomorrow. And what was the other thing that we had to deal with? I think that's it. Yeah. Want to get that information out to you, and hope that hey, soon come we'll be able to understand why it is that we as a people continue to embrace our status of inferiority. And it's like, as we prepare to elect our 10th governor, it's beloved, it's like we are comfortable being inferior. We are comfortable being second-class citizens. We are comfortable being an unincorporated territory, which we don't understand what it is, but we're comfortable with it. And we are second-class citizens. And beloved, that's just it. But we are the only population of, we are the only population of descendants of enslaved Africans. Because all the others, like you got Puerto Rico, Guam, Northern Mariana, American Samoa, all of these islands. But in terms of descendants of enslaved Africans, we're the only ones. And beloved, I mean, if you had to take a close look at the 9 governors we have elected, you'd see, beloved, they are comfortable. None of them have made any effort whatsoever to change our situation, so that something like reparations, for instance, is unheard of. You think any of the 9 governors that we've had so far would ever consider talking to Washington, D.C., saying, well, listen, man, we have suffered as the descendants of enslaved Africans. And we want the ABC 1, 2, 3, or whatever. But Lord Harry, the judge, right? Are we going to forever just remain an unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands of the United States? That's good. That's our status. second-class citizen. Lord, I read the church. Uh, I think that we are more than overdue for a change, for what should I say, a better way of life. And just like our ancestors said in the morning of Monday, July 3rd, 1848, freedom now or else. Beloved, they put their life on the line to bring that odious system of chattel enslavement to an end. Now, David Hamilton Jackson and the St. Croix Labor Union, they were on their way to making changes and for us to have inside-out cultivation. Thousands of acres of land had come under the control of the labor union. Beloved, we allowed for the labor union and the movement of the labor union to just fall apart. And from 1970, when we had the authority to elect our own government, I mean, beloved, help me out, but you tell me, what have we done to help ourselves as a people? What have we done to elevate the legacy of our ancestors? I mean, beloved, how can we consider ourselves comfortable being second class? Are we comfortable being an inferior people? Is this how it's going to be forever and ever now? And that we will always just be second class citizens? That's our destiny. Well, beloved, I refuse to submit. And I am going to continue the fight as long as I have life. And with that, beloved, we say, another program has come to an end. And here we are with very little to prove other than that. Beloved, we are now saying to you that it is time to lick our cream, because Amsterdam ice cream is truly good for your soul. And you just have to always remember, bear in mind, beloved, it don't matter how big a basket they give you. One, you could fill up that basket just as long as we do it. Ooh,